No?
So everyone should.
That's the biggest concern I know.
We can't, you gotta sit. Hey. Okay, welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Santa Clara Unified School District Board of Trustees. I will call this meeting to order at 6:40. We will do roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild. Here. Trustee Muirhead. Here. Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan. Here. Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
And I am here. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Katherine Hertel, mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes de español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Muchas gracias. No. Hello.
Can our interpreter hear us or?
Sí, yo los puedo escuchar. Yeah, they can hear me here. I don't know if it's, we have to, should we go there? Yeah.
Board, can you hear me? Board, can you hear me?
Online, but I don't know why it's not working. Mi nombre es Katherine Hertel, intérprete del Distrito Escolar. Mi compañera Verónica y yo vamos a ser la intérprete esta noche. Por favor, esta reunión va a ser transmitida por el canal de Zoom. Para poder escuchar en español, pulse el botón que dice intérprete y usted podrá escucharlo en español. Si desea silenciarlo, también pueden dar el micrófono para hacerlo en silencio. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Watanabe. Thank you, Trustee Watanabe. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that the graduates are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Okay, may I please get a motion to accept and approve our agenda?
Motion to approve, Ryan.
Second, Rotterman.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova being absent. Guidelines and policy for comment at a public meeting is Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Okay, we will move now to item B1, which is our strategic planning session. Dr. Wright.
Good evening. And at this time, thank you for being here. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to our consultants, Julie Half.
Well, I'm going to stand up and walk around with the microphone, if that's okay. I get the honor and the pleasure of starting you off this evening. So Dr. Wright, President Lieberman, trustees, it's an honor to be here again this evening. Stellar cabinet team, thank you, and labor partners. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a quick intro. You've seen this already. It's been in your board packet, but this is how we're going to proceed tonight. Kind of more workshop style, which is why we'll do an opening activity in just a second. We'll move you through the process that we've been engaged in the past couple of months, an overview of the document that you've had a chance to look at, a little bit of a descriptor. We'll hear from cabinet members on pillars and focus areas. Dr. Wright will be reviewing the vision, mission, core values drafts, and then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. So again, it's wonderful to be here and to see all of you again. And I think it's spring now, isn't it? But it's still a little cloudy outside, and we're all kind of still dressed in a little bit in our dark. I think we do that when we know it's going to rain. So we'll hope that you will relax tonight and engage in conversation and clarifying questions with the team. But we'd like to start out with what's called an opener, different from an icebreaker. The opener is related to the content of the meeting. The icebreaker is not, but it serves to build team, to help us relax, to help us get to know each other a little bit more. You all do, but usually in a very professional type setting. So we're a little bit more relaxed tonight, and that's quite purposeful. So next slide, please. So what I'd like to do first, and again, you've had a chance to see this, so most of you have had a chance to think about it. I want you to think about Santa Clara Unified School District in the next 5 years, not the next 10, not the next 20, not next year, but try to think of it in 5 years. I think we can all, my kids are always telling me, Mom, don't go any more than 5 years. You know, we know you like to think about the future and it's strategically oriented, but don't think any longer than 5 years. So I'm following that rule tonight. I want you to think about your dreams, your hopes, what you might experience walking into a classroom in Santa Clara Unified in 5 years. And we're just going to go around and keep it short. It could be 3 words. It could be a simple phrase. But I'd also ask you to listen and see if there's commonalities. Dr. Wright.
The next 5 years, I would say that I want to see students excelling when when I'm in a classroom. They're highly engaged in the instruction and they're just excelling. Substantial gains.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan. Okay, I'm going to go over here for a minute. Mr. Shield. Threw you off because I'm not going around the table.
I think that as I think about 5 years from now, and people are looking at our district, they're saying, wow, look at what they're doing. How can we be like them? And people are going to say, that's a district where I want my kids to be.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Watanabe.
Thank you. I would say implementation of a well-vetted plan.
Awesome. Thank you. Ms. Muirhead.
It's Jody. Sorry, I have a brother named Mike. I would like to see teachers comfortable in the strength they have in the classroom with our curriculum, and our families really engaging with our school.
Thank you. Great. Mr. Rico.
So 5 years from now, I'm hoping that the students who've been reporting to us in our conversations that they feel unseen or unaccounted for in Santa Clara Unified no longer feel that way, and that we see them feeling connected, confident, and achieving.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Fairchild? Is it Doctor? It's Dr. Fairchild.
I would like to see all students excited about learning, teachers excited about teaching, and excellence in teaching.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Ratterman.
I would like to see a differentiated environment where every student can succeed to their ability, allowing them to succeed also in school and life, that all avenues of occupation, no matter what that happens to be, their aspiration is something that is within their grasp and it's available and supported through the schools, and that the students are self-reliant and problem-solving individuals when they leave here, so that when they encounter new situations, they have the ability to adapt.
Great. Thank you very much for sharing that. Dr. Meltzer?
Thank you for that generous title, but I will share it with Dr. Ryan. Because I would like to see students be able to answer 3 questions. What they're learning, why they're learning it, and what success for them looks like in their classroom, so that they can engage with the curriculum and the teaching every single day in a meaningful way. And I'd also like to see our teachers and support staff in classrooms being able to support them in being able to answer those questions, both inside the classroom and outside the classroom.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. President Lieberman.
This going out of order thing is
I know it's
very
throwing you off.
unnerving. I would like our families to want to send their kids here. I would like to see us growing with our student population. That I think, as Mr. Shields said, that we're a destination. This is where you want your kids to go to school. And I would like our teachers and our support staff to be excited to be here, that they feel supported by the district, that they believe in what we're doing, and they feel like they are an integral part of our district and our system and teaching kids and giving them their futures. I would like to see our students excited to learn and really engaged and not spending 6 hours in front of a computer screen, but learning with by doing, and reading books and engaging with real, just with real curriculum. I'm tired of seeing kids on computers all day. So
Okay.
that's what I hope to see.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Gonzalez.
I envision that in 5 years, we will be celebrating closing the achievement gap or the opportunity gap for our students.
Awesome. Thank you. Dr. Knavel.
I would like to see both the adults and the children in classrooms be joyful and curious, active learners.
Thank you. Who did I miss? Did I get everybody?
Can I add one thing?
Certainly one thing.
That Dr. Wright is still here.
Oh, did I not? I asked him at the beginning. Oh, it's that he is still here. Thank you.
Unless you know something I don't.
I don't want you scared
So-
off.
So thank you. And you saw that you have there's a lot of crossover here. There's a lot of commonality. But look at that last bullet. Plan your next conversation with a member of the team, someone you do not usually sit next to. Okay. So I really want you to plan that before the end of the school year, having just a conversation. You choose the topic. Thank you very much. Next slide. Okay, so this is what you're always doing. But I wanted to make sure to go over a couple of things here. Since it will be more conversation oriented, there will be presentations, et cetera. Listening, respect, one voice at a time. And during the facilitated part of the discussion, cabinet will be presenting. There will be time for trustees to ask clarifying questions, and I'll be helping to facilitate that. You're going to hear a little bit about the process, and you're going to hear about a lot of drafts and editing that has occurred. We'll ask you that we're not going to spend a lot of time wordsmithing tonight, so we're going to limit the editing. Again, hopefully finding common ground, be patient, honor the work. Your experts have been hard at work on this, and then celebrate the accomplishments, no matter how big, no matter how small. Okay, great. Thank you. Now I get to hand it to Julie.
All right.
Next slide.
Next slide. You can go to the next one, Joe. Okay, so my part tonight is just reviewing the process, because it was a long time ago that we met you in February, and there may be people listening and staff that weren't here that night, and so we want to review that. So our charge when we came in was to create a one-page document that reflected the prior work of the district. You had many, many really great documents that people spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours creating. And there was a lot of data that had already been collected. And it was really to come in and read those, synthesize it, and bring it back. We also wanted to look at Dr. Wright's work that he did on his listening tour and his reflections there. So that's what our focus was. The intention was never to go through a whole strategic planning process. Couldn't do it in this amount of time. It was that one-page document that we were talking about. So back in February, we did that summary of all the documents, the goals, the outcomes, including the reflections of Dr. Wright. And we clustered them into overarching priorities and beliefs with a few actions and a discussion of the measurements. And if you remember, I gave you that visual of the funnel and all those things we were putting in it. And we had board members saying, you still have way too many priorities. We said, trust the process, because the process is we're going to keep narrowing it and getting it tighter. And that's exactly what we did. When we started, we had hundreds of student outcomes. We had so many goals and objectives that had been written in all these plans. They were all important. But what we wanted to do was find those overarching themes. And so we took those and we listened to the board. We had 26 priorities when we came to you. And we walked away from that meeting and we said, we've got to tighten it up. So we went back to the plans again and we brought it down to about 16 priorities. And then we started taking it on the road. And we went out and we met with some of the committees that you have, standing committees. We did those online with people. We met with, the executive cabinet, GAM. And so that's where we started. And that's this gathering input on the rough draft, revise, review, repeat. And so what we did was, as we were meeting with all those people, we would keep doing revisions. So after the board meeting, we revised. And then after we met with different groups, we would revise again. So we had many iterations of this document, and we called it a work plan. It was about 15 pages long, I think, at the time. Sometimes it got longer, sometimes it got shorter, but we kept working on it and showing it to other people. So the second part we did was, or the third or fourth or fifth part we did, was we had a town hall meeting. And in the town hall meeting, we started off with a group of students. We had about 12 students attend, and they were from one of the high schools. They were very articulate. They talked a lot about safety, emotional safety on campuses. Then they got into talking about, the budget and how do you get classes? And I mean, they were very curious about the whole process. And they were a great group of kids. We really enjoyed meeting them and talking to them. So they looked at the plan and they gave us ideas and suggestions as well. After that meeting, directly after that, we had a follow-up meeting where we probably had 40 to 50 people in the room. It was hard to say how many were community members, how many were staff members. We also had some of your vendors were there. And we broke them into groups, and cabinet led a discussion of each of the pillars that we're going to talk about in a little while. In addition to the 50 or so that were in the room, we also had 100 online, and Valerie started that off with 100, and then we got Diane over there to help her. We took pages and pages of notes. It was about 20 pages of notes, I think. And we looked through those comments looking for trends also. And I'm going to give you one example. And that was we in Pillar 2, which is social emotional well-being, we heard from some of the parents that were talking about, well, you have safe schools in here, but you're not really talking about the facilities. And that was a good point. That was a great point to bring up. And so that has been included in the plan now, that we're going to, that you will be looking at or the staff will be looking at the facilities themselves, because that was part of the safety that parents were talking about. So the good news after that, we decided maybe we need to do some surveying of parents to get more people involved. And so a survey went out today. It's going to be out for a week. We'll look at that and we'll see whether we're getting more information that we need to integrate into this, or does it go to the cabinet so that as they're doing their work plans or action plans behind each of these pillars, this will be good information for them. The good news is during all of these meetings that we've had, we had agreement on the 4 pillars and the priorities. We had named the North Star as possibly student learning or student achievement, and we actually combined it to be student learning and achievement. And people agreed with that. There was really, at one point, there was a group that started, a staff group that started looking at it. Could we combine pillars 1 and 2? And then we split them back up into, so then they would have had 3 pillars instead of 4. But we thought, everyone thought that it was probably a good idea to keep 4 pillars like the board had seen originally. The first one being academics, the second one being social wellness. And so, we looked at different ways. People were looking at it very creatively. So then we kept revising. We did several times a week. Eventually, we put it into a Google Doc, which was open to some of the staff members, the cabinet and some of executive cabinet and a cabinet also. And so then people were able to start putting in phrases that they wanted or changing a little bit on different things, adding questions on the side. All of us were able to look at that and talk about that. So I know that many people through the process gave us great words and phrases that they wanted to have included. And sometimes as the revisions kept going along, because we had so many revisions, some of those words slipped away. But really, as time went on, we found that it was going through that funnel and it was getting tighter and tighter. And it didn't really matter whether we had this exact phrase. We were trying to get the essence of what was important in this. So that was part of the process. And then after it was in the Google Doc and we met with cabinet again, and some of us were meeting one-on-one with cabinet members, executive cabinet members, and talking about it. We kept going back to your LCAP and your SIPSs, the school plans for student achievement. And parents had brought that up. They said, well, what about the differences in schools? You're not taking that into account in this plan. Well, no, because you have a school plan that does that. You have an LCAP that describes a lot of the work that's being done in the district. But what we were trying to do, what we were tasked with, was coming up with a 1-page document that could really focus the district on the work that needs to be done first year, second year, third year, how many years you would put it in. Met with labor towards the end, and it was a good time to meet with them because so many people had input on it, and they gave us some really great ideas about that, which we've shared with the executive cabinet. The idea that you don't just say you're going to implement something, you're going to implement and monitor it. And those exact words aren't always in there, but it's in some of those places. And we also, they also said, what about when you get into measurements? 50% of what? You have to have some either baseline or something so people know what that means. Because this document, the follow-up documents too, are really going to be used by staff. And so we want it to be as clear as possible. That was very helpful. And then I'd just say for the last 4 to 5 weeks, the executive cabinet has taken on a huge task. And I want to recognize their work because I know it isn't easy trying to lead that change. It's a very organic way to do this, and it changes all the time. And I really want to recognize them for going out to their leaders, to the principals and the teachers and directors and program managers. There's so many people that they were working with, trying to get their ideas and feedback and put it into a document that really made sense. So after that, I would say when we got to that point in these last few weeks, we really saw that we could take that really heavy document. We had it down now to 11 priorities, and we said, we can elevate these parts to the 1 page. And the rest of it is going to be in backup documents that Diane's going to share a little bit more about that. But all of the work that we've done has not been lost. And you look at 1 page and you say, how could that be all of the work of the district? It's not. And you're going to hear tonight from your executive cabinet members about each pillar, what they're doing more specifically behind that work and how they're going to measure it and how they're going to move the district forward. So it's been an interesting process. We weren't sure how it was all going to come out, but at the end, it really did unfold into a plan that made good sense. So Diane.
We hope.
We hope. Yeah, we hope.
So good evening. So this one page, that was your task, right, to start? Is so intentional. Every word on this page, because they told us we couldn't use any smaller type, represents so many other words and hopefully the commitment to bring together a plan and focus that will take Santa Clara Unified from a really good district to a great district. If you can focus not so much on the words inside the boxes at this point, to get the gestalt of what we tried to accomplish here. First of all, front and center is the North Star, and all of this is intended to hold up, support, and actualize that North Star. So a singular goal of student learning and student achievement. Below that, holding up that first core is really the board's guidance of how that happens. And we have made an attempt to simplify vision, mission, and core values to something we hope that has a little bit less educational leads and is a little bit more concise. So those really can be used as guiding ideas, principles to make the work happen. The 4 pillars, as Julie said, Dr. Wright took on the road in his 100-day process, and they really held up. In all the meetings we had, all the input we gathered, we challenged people and said, is there something you can think of that we need to accomplish to increase student learning and achievement? And these 4 pillars, especially if we're going to talk about equity within Pillar 1, especially if you look at equity going across to every one of those. We started with it as a separate pillar and decided it really has to be embodied in every single one of them rather than being something that a couple people are responsible for or is an activity. So the 4 pillars you're going to hear about in great detail tonight. And then holding up all this work is a very important section at the bottom. Year 1 isn't year 1 in Santa Clara Unified. We walked into many years of tradition, but it really is, the hope is that it becomes the year 1 of focusing, aligning, and coming together towards this North Star. With year 2, making sure you've implemented all of the tiers within MTSS, all of the portions within your equity plan, the 160 plus pages in the LCAP, even though you'll be revising that soon. With year 3 being monitoring and adjusting, if you've looked at a continuous improvement cycle. And then year 4, how to then sustain, make sure that programs and instruction has been implemented with fidelity and that cycle continues to improve. Also on the other side of the bottom has our restatement of goals and outcomes. Number 1, front and center to increase academic achievement. All the way back up to that top North Star. Improving student well-being in every one of our meetings. And I have to tell you, we've been impressed with the board from the time we first worked with you and you were considering the qualities you wanted in a superintendent. It was always in a system that valued students and made sure that they felt that this was a place they belonged, which would then support student learning and achievement. Strengthening family, staff, and community partnerships. Several of you highlighted that in your 5-year kind of vision. Ensuring fiscal responsibility. Your community provides you with resources far greater than many districts. And our job is to make sure that those fiscal resources provide the maximum value in student achievement and the other pieces of the other pillars. And then finally, to build systems of accountability and continuous improvement. What you won't hear a lot about tonight, beyond the initial action plans, there's a whole phase looking at metrics and accountability and how that will support systemic improvement. So I'm hoping when you look at these various components of this plan, you remember, as Julie said, that this one page is the representation of hundreds and hundreds of people working on committees, writing, teaching, and doing their very best work for students. It also represents the 60 plans that we spent over 50 hours. You have so many good things written on documents, written in plans, but we're hoping, and that's why we call year one, the foundation, is that all of those plans can be brought together with focus so that people can move forward instead of feeling fragmented and overwhelmed. Superintendent Wright's 100-day listening tour, hopefully you see embedded in this whole page, because that was the guiding principles behind the work when we started out. Of the board's relentless focus on optimizing student learning. You wanted a superintendent that made that a focus, so your answer to your 5-year goal was probably the one you gave in your interview, right? That got you the job. Anyway, that the board's focus on student well-being, high academic standards, students learning, engagement, teacher clarity, all of those things. While the words may be summarized here on the page, they're very intentional, and hoping you see behind those words your vision and the vision for the whole district. Finally, we hope that the initial plans, you're going to hear from Alyssa on pillars 1 and 2. You're going to hear from Mark and Jose on how we use the finances to support student learning and achievement, how we hire the very best people so that they are in all aspects of your district, all supporting student learning and achievement. And then know that beyond this work, and the work still to be refined in May and June, are additional work on standards, assessments, teacher clarity, alignment, and focus. So we know what gets measured, gets results. And so the key to all this for the future is getting in place, and you'll hear some about that in a little bit, how that can be aligned and focused as you move forward on this work. So I think, Valerie, you're going to help facilitate us. So we're very excited to have you now hear about all of the pieces on this one page and what each of those intentional words means. And then we're going to have comments after. Are you doing it after each one?
We're going
Let me have Valerie.
clarifying questions after each pillar. Okay, so if we can fast forward to the slide that has pillar 1 on it. And Alyssa will be taking us through these words.
Thank you. Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell, and our audience. I am going to speak about pillars 1 and 2 tonight. And in my words, I'm going to share the what, the why, and the success criteria associated with each pillar. While each of these pillars 1 and 2 are distinct, they're also interdependent and rely upon each other to ensure that our district systems, practices, and data all support our students' success. So pillar 1 is academic excellence and instructional coherence, and it's organized into 3 focus areas. Together, these focus areas answer the question, what will we do to impact student learning and achievement? Focus 1 is about equity, access, and inclusion, and it's about the implementation and monitoring of the consistency of MTSS Tier 1 instructional strategies and language support in all of our classrooms. So the implementation and monitoring of those practices happening across our district. Since equity is at the core of MTSS, we will activate and align the equity framework as an integrated effort under this focus area as well. Focus 2 is student success. And this is where we identify, determine, and implement priority standards from PK through post-secondary so that every single grade level has clear articulated expectations, both vertically and horizontally across our grade spans. In addition, we're going to be developing concrete plans and implementing those plans to improve attendance, graduation rates, and the A through G participation rates, because those are the leading indicators of college and career readiness. So we want to be ready to set our students up for success. Focus area 3 is engaging curriculum and effective instruction. This is where we talk about and think about how to provide the most engaging professional learning opportunities possible, how to provide coaching to our teachers and our staff members in our classrooms, and to sort of build this culture of coaching. We've been talking a lot about that in our SOS MTSS meetings, the idea of administrators being coaches, instructional coaches being coaches. That's a little redundant, I apologize. But also peers coaching each other through the learning walk process and getting into each other's classrooms and getting to know what their peers are doing, what successful practices and strategies they're using, and to be learning from each other. And then also we're going to have that can be utilized in a mentoring way as well, so that our standards aligned board adopted curriculum is taught with fidelity across all classrooms in our district. Also, we want to develop common formative and summative assessments that will allow us to monitor the learning, to see how kids are doing, and not to, we have many assessment opportunities throughout the year, but we often, I would say, in board meetings talk about CASP data. And while CASP data is extremely important and it's what's looked at across the state in a public way on the dashboard, we do have to probably spend more time focusing on our local assessments to sort of see and to celebrate the successes that our students and because of our staff are having, or in concert with our staff are having throughout the year. There's a lot of things to be excited about. And as I've been digging into the LCAP for the past, however long, it's up to 213 pages now. So it's sort of exciting to see some of the outcomes that we're going to share at the May 28th board meeting, because we are seeing progress, but we don't spend a ton of time celebrating that progress. So these common formative and summative assessments will give us a greater opportunity to do that. So altogether, these 3 focus areas will move us to a consistent, coherent practice across the entire system. That is our goal. So why are we doing this? Pillar 1 exists because student learning is the work. That's why we're all here, right? I would argue every single person in this room and listening to this meeting are here because we want our students to achieve. It's the heart of the North Star, and we're choosing to focus here for 3 reasons. First of all, coherence. We need to have more coherence across the school district. I would say our implementation and consistency levels are uneven. And so we need to look at Tier 1 instruction, academic language supports, and standards implementation in a consistent way. We want to eliminate it from looking differently from classroom to classroom and school to school. Now, when I say that, I just want to also say, obviously, we have expert practitioners in our classrooms, and they bring their own flair to their classrooms every single day. But we want to make sure that all of our students are getting the same thing in every classroom, even if it's presented in a slightly different way, a unique way based on a teacher's style. But when practice varies too much, our outcomes end up varying. And so that's what we're trying to eliminate. We're trying to elevate all students so that outcomes are more predictable, and that this variation that we're seeing now isn't reflected in our data, causing the achievement gaps that we see today. So the idea here is standardizing things at the district level while also allowing for customization at the site level and in our classrooms. It really comes down to defining the loose and the tight, and we really need to get tighter about doing that for our staff. Also, another reason why this is an important pillar is because equity demands this of us. We care deeply about it. It's a core value of equity and social justice, and it requires us to ensure that all students have access to their grade level standards aligned instruction and the supports needed to meet those standards, whether that's in their classrooms or in small group or one-on-one sessions outside of their classrooms. That is ultimately what a tiered system of support is, right? Is providing the supports they need when they need them. Also, our students are obviously counting on us. Attendance, A through G completion rates, graduation rates, college and career readiness are not just abstract numbers. They really are how we help open doors for our students so that they can be successful in the future, regardless of what their plans are to go to college, to be career ready, military, or another path. Ultimately, we want them to be successful in whatever step they take when they leave us and graduate from us, from our school district. In short, we want to, if we want different outcomes for our kids, we have to commit to coherent, high quality, equity-driven instruction in every classroom, every single day. And so how will we know that all of these plans are working? We are going to have further discussions, as Julie and Diane and Valerie talked about a little bit earlier, about what the actual measures are going to look like. But we've been looking at, and I'd like to shout out our Director of Assessment and Accountability, who's been really helping us think thoughtfully about our metrics. And he's helped us break them down into process measures, which are the systems, defining whether the systems and practices are in place to help our system be successful, and outcome measures, which show what our students are, whether our students are benefiting from the systems and practices we've put in place. So process measures and outcome measures. So with Pillar 1, some of the process measures that we can point to as examples are putting in place an MTSS implementation rubric to track each school's process as it relates to Tier 1 MTSS implementation, choosing some high impact actions from our equity framework to implement across the district. And another example would be articulated common Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 teaming processes, which we're going to start to talk about tomorrow in our SOS meeting, and we will continue that work in the new school year. So those are just some examples of process measures for Pillar 1 that we're thinking about. And then in terms of outcome measures, we'll also be paying attention to things like measuring the full implementation of MTSS Tier 1 practices, looking at chronic absenteeism rates and making sure those are decreasing, thinking about how to increase the number of students meeting or exceeding standards in ELA or math on CASP and iReady, thinking about reclassification rates for our English language learners and their scores on LPAC testing. And then, as I stated above, graduation rates, A through G requirements, AP, dual enrollment, and CTE pathways. So those are all some of the things that we can put numbers to and percentages to potentially to sort of measure success as it relates to outcomes for academic excellence and instructional coherence. Ultimately, we're working on building the instructional and assessment infrastructure that's going to support progress for all students in this pillar.
Thank you.
Clarifying questions from trustees.
Trustee
Joe.
Muirhead.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Well, I wanted to ask, you just presented that so well, to really give me a flavor of what this is and what the next steps in creating measurements and metrics. Is there a report that that all of you for these pillars have put together so that what you've just talked about is something that we can have?
Well, go for it. Just
Well,
kidding.
I mean, my answer is that we have not put a report together yet at this time. I think we can work on that for sure, though. We all have notes, so we can definitely put that into a more formal document if you'd like.
I think it would be really helpful. because there were so many things and that you were talking about that are so important that I think, and I don't know if how much of it was just you saying versus reading from something. It seemed like you weren't just reading, but there was so much there of impact that I don't want to lose. And I think as a group, those were really important details. You know, the pillar that's here is so high level. I mean, important and I like what I'm seeing. But like when I was first looking at this and you talked about developing plans to improve attendance, graduation, and A to G participation, all good things, but nothing about CTE pathways. But then you did talk about that. So there's there's so much in the details that I think are important and to us understanding how this pillar and all these pillars are going to be used going forward.
As we were talking about putting this together, we wanted to present the potential metrics at a very high level. And within the next couple of weeks, present that to the board so you have an opportunity to take a look at it before we brought it back in June for approval of the plan. So we'll be happy to put a report together with the projected metrics as well.
Great, thank you. Nice job.
So thank you for all of that. From what I said in terms of what I want to see in the district in 5 years, this is with the North Star, and this is the pillar that seems to me to be most important. I like the title of the pillar and the priority areas, the focus areas. For me, though, and maybe I need more explanation on it. The second item under student success, which again, that's exactly what we want to see, but unpacking and implementing the standards, to me, as a former teacher, that just seems that's the work of the district. We're required by law to do that. And so I wondered why that might have been selected. Like the real estate is very precious on this one-page document. Why it was selected to talk about it that way? Is there a different focus that I just had a lot of questions about that being called out, because it seems to me like we're required by law to teach the standard. So why would we call that out specifically? Maybe it's we need to teach them differently, or we need to prioritize them or make sure we're doing it, but implementing them is what we should have been doing all along. So if you could, I was just very curious about that one.
I think, great question. I think that we have been talking about and looking at and discussing standards for a very long time, because you're right, it is the work, it's what we're supposed to be doing and teaching on a daily basis, and time. Every single lesson should be, and I would imagine 99% of the time is tied to a standard in our classrooms, right? On a day-to-day basis. I think the reason why we elevated this was because we wanted to make it a district-wide focus. So everybody's focusing on figuring out what the priority standards are and articulating those both vertically and horizontally across the district. So, ultimately we want to get to all standards over time. But if I'm thinking about like next year, and our drafted PD plan right now, at the elementary level, we're going to be focusing on teaching teacher clarity through writing. So it makes sense for us to dig deeper into writing standards next year to ensure everybody fully owns what the most important writing standards are for our students at each grade level, so that they can also engage in that teacher clarity work that we're going to be asking our teachers to engage in. And I don't know that I said this explicitly earlier, but the reason why I keep saying the what, the why, and the success criteria is because that is the definition of teacher clarity. And our goal is for our teachers to be able to identify those things, what they're teaching on a daily basis, why they're teaching it, and what student success looks like after they've taught their lesson. But when we were talking about what we want to see in 5 years, I tweaked that to say that I wanted our students to be able to name those things, because those two things go hand in hand for the biggest, to get the biggest bang for your buck, right? And so we want to go deeper with standards in our school district to ensure that every teacher really owns them and thoroughly understands them, so that they can make sure that they are teaching exactly what they need to in a way that students can respond to it. So I think it's just going deeper than what we've done thus far. You're right. Our teachers are utilizing standards in every classroom. Our curriculum is standards aligned,
Right.
mostly standards aligned, right? I think. But we want to go deeper.
So I don't think this is wordsmithing, and I don't know how much can be changed, but I do wonder about making that, just because I think it was clear in how you explained it, that selecting priority standards or something like that, for me would, as just one trustee, but like, would help understand, because reading that, I would think, oh, or we're not implementing standards right now. Like,
Great.
so
That's
I don't know.
Thank
That's
you.
just, that was my clarifying question.
Thank you, Michelle. And I should suggest if there's a comment that you have about editing or wordsmithing, write it down. Oh, okay. Okay.
I think mine is really about the content of what that is.
Okay.
It's not a wordsmithing
Great.
question.
Thank you. Andy?
We're talking about professional development, et cetera. And anywhere in there, are we considering doing something where we're doing assessment for the students to evaluate what professional development is actually needed, as opposed to coming and say, okay, we're going to teach you about this, whether that's needed or not. And what I mean is targeted professional development is based on actual results from the teaching effort. Is that part of this process? But from the way you're shaking your head, it's like that might become one.
You always have excellent ideas, Trustee Rotterman. So I think that right now our plan is more general to ensure that all of our staff are who are student facing. So I wouldn't necessarily include our bus drivers in that category right now, but our goal next year is to have all of our staff who are student facing, certificated and classified, understand what teacher clarity is and sort of working on building that foundation during year one. I think that we can think about differentiated professional development. It's definitely been an ask from our staff in the past, and I think it's something we can think about in the future. But I think our goal for the coming year is to set that common expectation and foundation to continue to move towards our goal of having consistency in every classroom.
Right. I can see the, the setting a baseline. This is the SUSD standards and what you should do. Let's make sure everybody's up to speed on that so you get the consistency. And I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. So we could also certainly have some differentiate. Okay, look, I know you've been implementing this, but obviously there's an issue here. What can we do to help you with that? And, or bring something in to help with it. So it's just a thought.
Could I have another, can I
Sure.
respond to that part of your comment too? Because it just sparked another idea. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I think too, some of that work can be done in our PLCs at our sites, because when we are looking at common formative or summative assessments together as teams or grade levels or content groups or departments, that sort of goes back to the idea of a culture of coaching. When our teachers bring common assessments to a department meeting and sort of share what their results are, they're in a perfect PLC world, they're discussing their results, and then they're sort of saying, hey, look, 97% or 93% of your kids passed and did a great job on this, but only 63% of my students did a great job. What are you doing in your classroom that's different from what I'm doing? So they can sort of learn from each other until we get to that place of differentiated professional development as well.
So the other question, I had a couple others. So one of the other questions had to do, we've talked about in the plan, it's explicitly talk about tier 1 support, which is great. I'm sure there's a lot underneath that, the PBIS and all the different things that we do. And that's generally on 100% of the student body is getting tier 1 support. But we didn't mention tier 2 or tier 3. And I realize the percentages are smaller. It's what, 10 to 15% for tier 2 and 5% or less for tier 3, something like that. So the question I have is whether that should be in there, because if you add those two together, it's almost 20% of the student population. And they're probably the neediest in many ways. So I realize part of what we're doing is figuring out what it's going to take to move us forward, but we still have those kids that have to go forward as well. And I'll have to wait. You can answer that, and then I'll have to wait for the rest of my questions for later.
Yeah, I think that we can discuss adding the tier 2, tier 3. I do think that we were planning on putting some of that into the metrics as opposed to in the one pager. I also would counter with, I think, tier 1 consistency and getting 80% of our students to be successful at the tier 1 level will move us immensely. But you are correct. I think that tier 2 and tier 3 are also important. When I think about MTSS implementation, they often give us a 5-year, they often suggest a 5-year implementation phase. And so over our timeline. So over time, I think we are focusing on tier 1 in the coming year. And then I think we need to focus on aligning tier 2 and tier 3 in subsequent years once we get tier 1 sort of settled. But all of those things will still be happening in every year, because we're not going to stop providing tier 2 or tier 3 interventions for students or supports for students. But I think in terms of what we will be training our staff on, it will be focused on tier 1, and then we can get to the tier 2 and the tier 3. And those are smaller groups of staff that need to be trained on some of those tier 2 and tier 3s. So
And so I have just, if you don't mind, to finish that part of it. So we've been doing MTSS for quite some time. So that 5-year implementation plan, I'm thinking we probably should be close to it. Now, maybe there are deficiencies in the way we've been doing it. That could be. So I would want to see a shorter ramp because of the past experience. The second piece is I do look at tier 2 and tier 3 as an equity issue, which is one of the core statements in the comment. So that was the follow-up. Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Vicki?
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ms. Meltzer. I have a couple questions on MTSS, not on MTSS, the process, but just on the tier 1 instructional strategies. And I just want to couch it in kind of what I've seen as a parent. During COVID, our teachers did this huge pivot and amazing job at shifting to a whole new instructional way to teach. It was miraculous. But that was not the best instructional practices. And then they had to pivot back. Face-to-face is the best. Some of the pivoting back hasn't happened. And so when we talk about the tier 1 and best practices instructional strategies, are we defining those? Because what we're seeing now, in some classrooms as parents, is some of the pivoting hasn't come all the way back. You might have a child that still has a lot of instruction that is from YouTube videos. You may have a child that has a very passionate teacher who is reading them the book. You may have you can have vastly different experiences depending on the teacher's instructional strategies. So when we're talking about tier 1 instructional strategies, are we defining what we consider those best practices to be?
I think our goal for next year is to name teacher clarity as the main instructional strategy that everybody will be working on in terms of academics. It also aligns with the behavior side of the house as well. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have instructional strategies as a plural there, because there are strong instruction. Teacher clarity also works with behavioral instruction. We don't often think about behavioral instruction, right? But we do that. So the two things that we are focusing on, which we're going to be talking about in the MTSS SOS work group tomorrow, is teacher clarity and school-wide behavior expectations. So those are the ones we're focusing on for next year. But I do think that you've asked a great broader question that I'll think more about in terms of naming other instructional strategies.
Bonnie?
Oh,
Thank you. Oh, did you have another one, Vicky?
oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
We just were watching our time. So.
Sorry. Along with that issue is the student response, because as was required, students had to respond in a certain way during that time. And we stopped requiring, there wasn't written response during COVID. And we know that students respond and learn all those things, learn better when they write down. And we've had, I know that my children have experienced situations where they're not writing with pen or paper or pencil. And so I wonder if we have considered talking about what type of responses really help students learn more and retain more. And like, as far as student success, what type of response leads to more learning for students? Because it's not only it's not only teaching, it's how do students respond? Does that make sense?
100%. I mean, I think one of the items on the tiered fidelity inventory, which is one of the ways we measure implementation of PBIS in our classrooms, is opportunities to respond. So we do talk about that to some degree, and we could definitely talk about it more. So thank you.
Can I respond for just a second? Vicky's talking about different strategies and different, not only, teaching strategies, but student responses to those. And as Alyssa already mentioned, the focus of this is really to align and get consistency across the district. And I heard a little bit of that in your question, Vicky, that, might be happening over here. It might be happening over here. It might not be happening over here. So a lot of this is about alignment and consistency.
Can I respond to that really quickly? Because I think there's been a lot of work at the elementary level lately to get some alignment. And that was very evident when I went to open houses this last month. It was very evident there's been some work to get an alignment different than in previous years, which is very exciting. So it'd be great to, as that moves to other grades.
Thank you. Bonnie.
Thank you, Ms. Meltzer, for the presentation. So when I've been attending these SOS, MTSS meetings, and I just want to clarify if my understanding is correct. So it's my understanding that when you focus on the consistency of Tier 1 instruction and make the goal to be to maximize your effectiveness of Tier 1 instruction, that in conjunction with formative assessments would hopefully reduce the number of students who would need Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. So not that they won't need it, but it reduces that number down to the ones that perhaps have dyslexia or have a learning gap from a previous grade level or whatever. So in focusing on consistent Tier 1 instruction, you are, in a sense, addressing those students that have higher needs because they're going to get consistent Tier 1 instruction, and through the assessment process will get what they need because there's a consistent Tier 1 MTSS model in place across the district. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is exactly the goal. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. My other comment in terms of what I would, and it's not necessarily part of the one pager, but and I kind of hinted at it earlier, I would really like to see Tier 1 instruction be less reliant on digital. It's really becoming clear in study after study after study that digital learning is not effective. And I think a lot of districts, even in the United States, are moving away from digital instruction and bringing back textbooks and paper and pencils and writing. And I think that when we're looking at achievement and our kind of downturn in achievement, what I would like to see is some kind of looking at whether or not that decline has been because we've become overly reliant on digital instruction and typing rather than writing, just because of the way the brain works. And I've received messages, I can't speak for everybody, but I've received messages from parents complaining about how much their kids are on computers and they want to see their kids with books and they want to see their kids writing. So if that could be part of our tier 1 instructional strategies as we're looking at adopting new curriculum and aligning curriculum, I would love that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think I shared that with the math adoption. All of the curriculum that we are considering for piloting does have a hard copy part of it in addition to some additional materials online, but every single one does have a textbook or a workbook of sort, depending on the grade level and the developmental level. It's a developmentally appropriate for each grade level, but there is a hard copy of every single one that we're looking at.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. And just to echo what you just said, President Lieberman, I've heard similar comments about the use of computers as well, and especially the younger grades. And your parents feel like, TK through maybe even second grade, that, having Chromebooks is maybe a little bit too much and that they'd rather see the books in hand as well. So thank you for bringing that up. So I really appreciate the equity portion of, the priority here. I wanted to just ask about the standardizing, and which I think is great. But then you mentioned that, we know not everybody learns the same. So by customizing, would that then keep students at tier 1, or would that necessitate bringing in tier 2 or tier 3?
I think it depends on the student and the student's needs. So I think our goal in terms of standardizing and customizing is to ensure that there is a standard expectation from the district. Like I would use UFly and morphology as a recent example. There's an expectation that every single teacher is utilizing UFly or morphology, depending on their grade level in their classroom on a daily basis. And so I think setting those standards and expectations is important. Having a little bit of flexibility as to maybe when you teach it during the day or how you group students at different schools, because some of our schools are grouping students in certain ways to meet their needs, either through phonics or DELD, designated English development classes and things like that. So standardizing and setting the expectation that there are ELD classes at schools 30 minutes every day is the district rule, but how schools implement that based on their population and the number of English learners that they have is where sort of the customization comes in based on the needs of the students. So when we are thinking about standardization and thinking about our teachers implementing the adopted curriculum in their classrooms, they will, in the perfect world, they'll be implementing what we're asking them to implement, and then differentiating and adding additional supports for students who need additional supports. So everybody gets the curriculum in general, with a few exceptions probably, based on our highest need students, but everybody gets the general curriculum. Everyone should have access to the general curriculum, and then they have customization based on their needs for tier 2 or tier 3. Does that answer your question?
So just so the board knows from timing, because we're going for more than 2 minutes each, everybody's taking additional bites of the apple. So and this is important, we need to have this is important stuff for us to talk about, so I don't want to be really hard on the 2 minutes. So when a board member goes beyond the 2 minutes, I'm just giving you an extra 30 seconds. So if you see that, and so just so you know where I'm going, and you can time me, So anyway, I'm really glad to see, a comment was made earlier that, that every word in front of us is intentional, which is really important to me. Because, after seeing these kinds of presentations for so many years, it's very easy to get buried in a word salad and you're just trying to find oxygen and sunlight. And so it's nice that this is intentional. Some of the comments about, reading from a regular textbook and, taking pen to paper is very important. There's a lot of studies that really support that. Even in terms of eye health, when you read from a book, it's entirely different visually than when you read all these blue screens and the impact it has on our vision. I really do agree we need that as a foundation. But with that said, this is a very technical world. And so we have to kind of do both. We really need to do both. But definitely we want to have our students they're able to take pen to paper. When you do creative writing pen to paper, it's a different process than a keyboard. It just really is. And so so I agree with those comments. I'm excited to see the work. I really do appreciate that this work is intentional. That's really important. And and this is really where the board needs to talk, because so much of what we go through in typical board meetings is not getting to this is the heart of the matter. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Andy. Okay. The next pillars won't take as long as this one. This is the weighty
Yeah,
one.
well, so I had two questions. I'm going to skip to the big question first, just because I run out of time. We've got a statement up there above this that says the North Star is Pillar 1. So what I want to know is, to me, that means there's a priority on that pillar. That may not be what you're meaning. So I wanted to have an explanation. What does the North Star mean?
Dr. Wright, would you like to?
You can stop my timer.
Yeah. The North Star is just, it gives us direction as an organization on what we're striving for. I think there's been a lot of conversations that we're doing some great things in our district. As we said, we have 60 plans. People are working hard, but in a different direction. So when I think of North Star, it gives us that focus, and everything that we're doing, we're moving in that direction, or we're working towards that North Star, which is student learning and achievement.
I think that was very well phrased. I would like to see something in the document that also says that, other than just, it's the North Star. So, okay, so it's North Star. What is that? So, your answer's perfect answer, by the way. The other one is I kind of want to build a little bit on what Michelle, Dr. Ryan brought up earlier. And in there, the part about unpacking, et cetera, feels like a planning to plan kind of a thing. And I don't really like to see that. I'd like to see something that's more, that we already know what we're doing. We're going to take it in a present tense and move forward, as opposed to a future tense. This is, or if not that, at least have it indicate that it's an iterative process. So maybe there's something we can't anticipate down the future. So we're going to say, we're going to start working from here, and then we'll go ahead and revise that as necessary. Maybe even say something about continuous. But I think that feels to me like it's an unfinished plan. I would like to say, we're going to take the standards and move forward with them. We will know that we had to unpack them to do that. But I would like to not see it in the future tense. I'd like to see it in at least the present tense, possibly past, depending on the nature of the thing. And I do like the iterative idea as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Okay. Alyssa, I think you're on again for Pillar 2.
All right, I'll apologize that you have to listen to me talk again, but I'm excited to talk about Pillar 2, safe and inclusive environment. This also is organized into 3 focus areas. And so I will talk a little bit about what the focus areas are. The first one is social and emotional learning. And it's all about creating safe, respectful, and inclusive environments by implementing an MTSS framework that integrates mental health, behavioral expectations, and social emotional learning. So this is more of the SEL and mental health behavior side of the coin. Focus 1 also talks about adopting and implementing a comprehensive SEL, social emotional learning curriculum, so that it is intentional and consistent across the district. We do have SEL curriculum that does exist in our district currently, and like some of our other curriculum, it is being implemented in a spotty manner. So we want to be more intentional about that, because I do think that our students' needs have changed since we've come back from COVID, and there's a greater need for more focus on the social emotional side of things for our students to help support them behaviorally and from a mental health perspective as well. So that's what that is talking about. For Focus 2, it's about safety and well-being. And this is more about the physical part of it, conducting facility and safety assessments and implementing improvements as needed so that every student can learn in a building that is safe and in good repair, and that they're hopefully excited to come to every day. I love to tell the story about when I took my daughter to look at colleges in LA, and we went for a bike ride because they had free bikes at the hotel early in the morning before we went on our college tours. And we were riding through a neighborhood in LA, and we passed a school. So because I'm an educator, I pay attention when we pass schools, no matter where we are. And there were weeds growing through the blacktop, and the level of the curb appeal of the school that we passed was nowhere near the curb appeal of every school in our district. So maintaining our schools and making them happy places for kids to come, I think, is imperative. I'm sorry to have given a compliment. If that's not allowed, I apologize. Okay.
Good job.
Focus 3 is around family and community partnerships. So that's about continuing to strengthen our labor and community partnerships to support our student academic success, safety, and well-being. For those of us who have had the opportunity and honor of being part of some of the LMI, LMP trainings that we've gone to, both at conferences and with Ann Cummins Bogans through the years. She always talks about the whole reason why we have labor management partnership is because it ultimately benefits students, right? So it's important to call that out in here in our North Star plan. And it also, Focus 3 also talks about enhancing family engagement through diverse activities and multi-strategy communication opportunities that to reach all families, not just the most easily reached. And that's something that we heard, I think, at almost every single listening session that we went to this year, whether it was for the strategic plan or for Dr. Wright's listening learning tour earlier in the year. We heard a lot from families about the importance of the multi-strategy communication so that we're reaching everybody. And then we also want to work on standardizing and monitoring outreach through annual engagement calendars of district events so that engagement is predictable and equitable, and everybody has access to knowing what's happening, when it's happening, and how they can participate. I think we can all agree that our schools are more successful when we have our families and community engaged in the work together with us in partnership, right? So that's what this is about. It's keeping us honest. It's not just about how school feels. It's also about how schools function for students, for families, and for staff every single day. So why do we have this pillar? It's grounded, I would say, in the simple truth that students can't learn when what we're teaching in Pillar 1 if they don't feel safe, seen, and connected. And part of the Ed Services conversation when we were looking at these pillars was sort of, we had a conversation about whether this pillar 2 should come first, because there's always those conversations about meeting our students' basic needs to enable them to learn. But because obviously our ultimate goal as a school district is to produce students who can be successful and achieve academically, we stuck with pillar 1 being pillar 1, but they are, as I said at the beginning, like totally connected, and you can't have one success without the other. So we just want to keep that in mind. In terms of safety, we want to make sure that we're thinking about the physical safety, the emotional, and the relational safety to help them with the academic excellence part of this plan. And it speaks ultimately to improving academic engagement through attending to our students' well-being and to including our families in that process in a meaningful way, not just a performative way. Additionally, we want to make sure that our students are feeling safe and connected to caring adults so that we can help increase resilience factors and see those risk factors in our students decrease, because we know that through Project Cornerstone and things like that, the more caring adult students have access to, the more successful that they can be. So ultimately, when our buildings, going back to focus area 2, when our buildings are well maintained and inspected, I think our families trust us with their children, and staff can focus on teaching and learning instead of, rain dripping in the back of their classroom, which I'm not saying that we see. But when families and communities are genuine partners, not just an afterthought or a accountability measure, then our student outcomes will improve. In terms of success criteria, an example of a process measure that we're going to utilize is thinking about how to provide potentially an annual report of programs, donations, and services from community partners so that the value of those partners is visible and accountable. Oftentimes our community partners are not as visible as we'd like them to, and we are grateful for them. So elevating them in that way would be beneficial, we think. And then in terms of outcomes, we are going to lean into SEL and California Healthy Kids CHICS survey results and hope and work to see improvements in all of those categories. Obviously, we want to see our suspension rates decrease and paying special attention to the disproportionality that exists amongst our student groups, and seeing decreases in specific student groups. So none of them are being suspended at higher rates. We also want to work on incorporating student survey responses to build stronger school connectedness. We want to make sure that more students are reporting at least one caring adult at school. We want to reduce experiences of bullying and have stronger anti-bullying climates across our schools so that our students feel safe every day coming to school, both physically and emotionally. And then also maintain the percent of facilities that are in good repair, which we see through the FIT assessment every year in our Williams report. We always do a great job in that, and so we want to ensure that we're maintaining it. So bottom line for pillar 2 is that we're committing to schools where every student feels safe, families feel welcome and included, and every facility is worthy of the children who walk through our doors. Utilizing, and we'll measure that by utilizing surveys, suspension data, FIT inspections as public proof points.
Thank you, Alyssa. Andy. And Vicky.
I'm not sure, this thing and I are not getting along today. I'm not sure if it should be in pillar 2 or not, or it maybe is covered by core values of equity and social justice. But I wanted to see something along the lines of that everybody is included, supported, and protected. And I'm leaning here into protected class, LGBTQ, some of the other groups that sometimes get bullied on. You mentioned bullying in the subtext. So that would be one thing, just to see if, and maybe it can be covered through core values. I don't know, but I thought I'd bring. Also, I want to see us on the community partnership. I think sometimes we overlook a lot of the resources that are out there in our community. We have a lot of I'll call them extracurricular for lack of a better name, extracurricular programs that are out there that are available to our students. So when we're doing this education about and communication about, there's something going on that you can take advantage of that maybe the school's supporting, there may also be one that the city's doing or that one of our nonprofits are doing, this type of thing that would greatly enhance our students. And I think we also need to look for and identify obstacles that we sometimes create for them being able to participate in some of these other activities. I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks so much. I really think, I know we can't put everything in here, and just looking at what's listed under the focus, and what you said, the one thing I wanted to see added perhaps is under focus 3, bullet 2, is to enhance family and student engagement. I know we're doing the check survey, but that's not necessarily student engagement. And if we're looking at a safe and inclusive environment, how are we going to get feedback from the students on the inclusivity and the safety that they're feeling, or what they can do or what we can do to do better in that area? So
I think we're going to talk a little bit about that in pillar 4. So maybe
Okay.
we can revisit that if
Okay.
it's not addressed fully there.
Okay.
Does that?
that's more in pillar 4. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, Jody? Questions? Yeah.
Well, my only comment, and I'm trying not to wordsmith, but the second bullet in focus 1, most of the bullets are like strengthen this, enhance that, create this, but that one says adopt, which seems a very, when every word is intentional. We have SEL curriculums. Are we really, does that mean we're throwing them all away and we're adopting a new one? Adopt seems very specific. And I'm just wondering if the intention of this one is more of just ensuring that we're using our curriculums consistently through the district, or was it really intentional to say adopt?
I think that it was intentional, but there's probably flexibility. If I'm not mistaken, our SEL curriculum for elementary is supplemental at this time and not core. So those are some of the conversations that we've been having, just in terms of we need to determine whether we really want to go through like an adoption process or make the curriculum that currently exists, maybe move it into the core so that there's less ambiguity about the expectation of utilizing it instead of having it be supplemental. So that's been part of the conversations that we've been having.
But by this statement, you're saying we're going to do that. We're going to adopt. So that decision has been made. It's not.
We can be, I'm flexible on that, but I think that was the ultimate goal, is to adopt something.
Okay. So move it from supplemental to core. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Bonnie?
Hey, thank you again, Ms. Meltzer. One of the things that and I know you can't mention everything, but one of the things that I hope that we start using more is our equity toolkit. I feel like a lot of time and energy went into creating that, and I just don't see it being used enough. And there's so much there. I just hope that we start to make it more of a go-to for staff, especially with this pillar. The other thing is, and you may have mentioned this and I may have been somewhere else at the time, but PBIS, I assume, is part of this pillar. One of the things that I hear in terms of feedback on PBIS is that it is implemented in an inconsistent way across sites. And because of that, Some schools are at a higher level of fidelity than others. The check-in, check-out process is not a consistent one in terms of who does it on the site. And I try not to be judgmental about it as a program, but it's very hard for me as an individual trustee to judge its effectiveness when it's implemented at varying levels of fidelity across the district, and we still have high suspension rates and classroom disruptions. And it leads to a question of, is it because we're not implementing it correctly, or is it just not an effective program? And I've talked with Ms. Tapia about that before, and but I would like us to take a look at PBIS and how we implement it, and if we can figure out if the investment is working, because I don't think it's being implemented fidelidously across the district. The last thing that I have, if I can get my extra 30 seconds, is I see that we have labor and community partnerships in Pillar 2, but I'm wondering if engaging with staff and I presume by extension labor to create part of what's in Pillar 1 would be a useful thing to have in Pillar 1 in terms of using our educators as resources to help build this instructional coherence and academic excellence, and utilize them as experts to provide feedback for what is good professional learning, what is an effective curriculum, what is an effective instructional strategy. And I know you talked about that in terms of learning from instructional walks and classroom observations, but I'm just wondering if it might make sense to actually say, we're going to use our educational partners in Pillar 1, rather than only seeing them as people that kind of support student success, but actually do the student success. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know how to actually, put that in there, but it was just a thought that I had when I was looking through this. So I don't know if you have comments on anything, but those are that's my feedback.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Melanie. Kathy, any questions?
Not a question, but basically a comment to just say that everything that's been articulated in priority in this Pillar 2, I think another name for it would be whole child support, because you definitely have, shared, what we, as a school district, consider important, for our children. So I think that could be another name for this pillar as well. But I think it definitely includes a lot of the items that we consider important to share and make sure our children are have access to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Canova.
So this pillar is safe and inclusive environment, and maybe it might be found in another pillar, but what about our technology? The artificial intelligence, all the technology we're using, the safety it involves our student safety, personal information, data. Is that in another pillar, or would that be incorporated in this pillar?
I think that's a great question. I think when we were talking about it, and Mark, you can add to this, but one of the conversations that popped up was that sort of technology lives in all of the pillars because it's a part of sort of the entire, all of the work that we do, both for our staff and for our students. But I think it's a good question. It's definitely.
That we should have a pillar about technology unto itself.
So noted. Thank you. Any other questions?
Don't see technology reflected here at all.
Yeah,
Mr. Teal.
I think one potential complexity to adding another pillar specifically in regards to technology is that it's changing so rapidly. And I think what Ms. Meltzer said in regards to it's really a component of each of the individual pillars. And I don't know that because of the ever-changing world that we're living in as it relates to technology, that we would be able to write anything with any level of specificity about what we're going to do when we don't know today how technology is going to look differently, how it's going to be applicable, or what it's going to do in the education sector as we move forward. So I don't know that it for a fifth pillar where we would actually be able to do that, and provide the level of fidelity that we would need to do, and provide it as that core actionable stuff that we could rely on. I think it probably needs to be, respectfully, I would say it probably needs to kind of rely that we know technology is going to have an influence on all of these pillars as we go forward. And to kind of borrow on your other phrase that you do, allow us to be nimble, and be able to adapt as technology continues to evolve.
To belabor it, but if in that case, if it doesn't have its own pillar, at least have some mention of technology in each of the pillars in whatever way it relates to that pillar.
Andy? Thank you.
Oh, I just want to make one suggestion on this topic since it's hot. If you just take on number 2, focus of safety, et cetera, and you put conduct facility, technology, and safety assessments, you've covered his topic.
Thank you for that. Michelle?
Yeah, so
didn't mean
I
to-
actually.
Didn't mean to miss you there.
It's okay. I didn't think I had a comment, but actually I'll just build on kind of what Jim said. Jim, I actually feel like from the explanation that we've been given is that there's a lot behind each of these and not everything that's behind it is called out here. And I would think that technology in all of the ways, because Andy, I don't think that solution actually covers all of the ways that technology might be used or involved in the education of our students. My sense is, and you can please correct me, is that the idea of technology in the multiple ways it's used is something that's like behind all of these pillars. I wouldn't want to see, we've already got 4 pillars. I think that's enough. I wouldn't want to see another one called out separately, but I think, and please correct or clarify, that that is something that's considered within each of them already. It's just that we're not seeing everything that's a part of them. Is that correct? Or
I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. I think that a lot of the operations side of the house, the work that our operations side of the house does, is often behind the scenes, right? Like that's why they're the unsung heroes of a school district, our custodians and our child nutrition services people, our secretaries. They are the people who make the dream work behind the scenes. And so they're not all called out in this plan, which has definitely also been a part of the conversation, because we can't name everything in here, like you said, but they are behind the pillars, and they're holding the pillars up, I think.
So I actually interpreted Jim's comment a little bit more broadly than just the technology department, but the idea of AI being in curriculum or what students do or what teachers do, or all of the kinds of ways technology, and we've had comments about students being online too much or having too much digital curriculum. So to me, that is all encompasses in the idea of technology, which is why for me, I see it as part of every pillar, but it may not be called out specifically technology. But I wasn't thinking of just the technology department. I was thinking really more broadly of how our students interact with technology, how our teachers interact with it. And I'm just hoping, while I don't necessarily agree with Jim that I would want to see it as its own pillar or see it called out on the one page, I do hope that it's there in the underpinning of everything.
I think it
It's
is.
part of the how, right?
Right.
It's part of the how we're going to accomplish each one of these pillars. So I think you would see it behind.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wright.
I do want to just maybe take a slightly different viewpoint. I don't completely disagree with anything anybody said. I definitely do not want to see another pillar. That's there. But I think if you add one word in there, and the word, it's not saying, it says that we will conduct facility, and safety assessments. If you say we conduct facility, technology, and safety assessment, technology has created a lot of our risks for our students, whether it's things like sexting, whether it's things like have yonder pouches now, there's the AI stuff coming, there's an enormous pressure there. So I think acknowledging that this is an area of additional risk, if it costs us one word in this document, I think that's something that I would put in. I agree with Jim.
Thank you.
Things off again.
Thank you for your input. Are we safe to move on to pillar 3? Still awake over there, Jose and Mark? Pillar 3, thank you.
So pillar 3 is broken out into two focus areas. I'm going to talk about focus 1, and then Dr. Gonzalez will talk about focus 2. Pillar 3 is focused on the organizational alignment and fiscal stewardship. And focus 1 specifically is about financial management, resource efficiency, and sustainability. Much of focus 1 is building upon the work that we've been doing this year and realigning our organization as we move forward and the right sizing process. And so when you see the first 2 bullet points talking about developing and implementing clear organizational structures and supported by best practices, as well as implementing a valid and reliable position control system that's aligned with our staffing formulas and our allocations. These are things that are already in process, and we're just going to continue to build on these as we move forward. In addition to that, ensuring that we allocate and monitor resources to advance not only our student outcomes, but all of those individual support programs that are behind the scenes. All of this is necessary in order to ensure that, if we're going to do pillar 1, pillar 2, and pillar 4, we need to make sure that we have our resources allocated in the right places and that we're monitoring that as well. So it's an essential pillar. Interestingly, and I'm remembering this, when we did one of our meetings out to the community, someone actually shared with me, well, maybe this pillar actually should be, if you think about it as a house, because it's so important visually, maybe that pillar actually needs to reside down to the bottom of it, because so much of that is the foundation of supporting the other pillars. But I think graphically then it's not a pillar. So we're keeping it as a pillar. But I appreciated the community member who said that, came by and said that. How does this work? What are some of the measures that we're going to be looking at? Some of this, again, are things that we're already doing. So monitoring and reporting on our staffing allocations and our budget reports. We do that 3 times a year. We're going to continue to do that. Definitely at their annual budget, first interim report, second interim report processes. We're going to expand that though and continue looking for opportunities where we can provide additional clarity on our fiscal positions, making sure that people have better understand where we are. We're also bringing in more tools to supplement that as well. When we talk about that position control document, and I shared with the board that we hope to have a public-facing document of our position control that will accompany each of our budget documents. And again, this is a big, heavy lift, but we hope to be able to introduce this here when we with our next budget book for the 2026-27 school year. We have a robust facility needs assessment and facilities master plan. And so begin providing periodic updates to the board and to the community in regards to the projects that we have undertaken and how do those align to the facility needs assessment and facilities master plan, and how are we making good on those as we move forward. Continuing the work that we're doing in reporting to the board and the community about our short-term and long-term fiscal sustainability. Well, one of the new things that I'm really excited about is how can we look at things differently in regards to are we doing a good job or not? And our organization, as well as most school districts across the state, are members of an organization called the California Association of School Business Officials, also known as CASBO. And CASBO is taking the lead right now on behalf of all school districts throughout the state on adapting something that currently exists in most industries out there in regards to the development of key performance indicators or KPIs. And so what we're proposing to do is that our district would work side by side with CASBO on their leading edge, cutting edge work within education on the development of key performance indicators throughout the organization. And then when appropriate, we begin piloting those and developing those within our organization as well. So that way then we can compare ourselves to all other school districts throughout the state that are also doing this KPI work. It's going to be a big, heavy lift. It's going to be, in some ways, groundbreaking for California because California schools does not have this today. There are KPIs that exist in facets of what we do, and we could compare ourselves to corporate, but schools are different than corporate. And one of my team members recently came to us after working in the corporate industry, and she said KPIs is just what happens in the corporate world. And so when we started talking about this, she's like, this isn't a new thing. It's just new to education. And so we're really excited about that and being able to incorporate that into our organization. And it's going to provide us a way to be able to measure what we're doing and those key performance indicators as we move forward. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez to talk about Focus 2.
Thank you, Mark.
In Focus 2, as part of our North Star contribution, we will reach our long-term goal by having systems that address legal risk, professional learning, and retention of diverse and high-quality staff. We are shifting from a reactive to a proactive model by equipping our managers with investigative expertise through targeted professional development. With the transfer of our professional learning specialists to HR, to our department, we are now positioned to deliver high-quality training directly to our classified staff and empower managers to lead these sessions effectively. We will also collaborate with our labor partners to consult or negotiate on any potential impacts or effects resulting from these changes. We are targeting these specific areas based on growth opportunities identified at the end of last year. Our focus is driven by a synthesis of recurring investigative themes and direct feedback from our site's principals' years-end surveys from last year. We will measure our success through industry standard metrics, surveys, a reduction in legal costs, and a reduction in the escalation of complaints.
Thank you, Jose. Vicky.
Thank you. I don't want to be too picky, but I really struggle with Focus 2 in the order of the bullets. And I would like to see the second bullet as the top bullet, the third bullet as the second bullet, and the first bullet as the last bullet. Because I think with our first thing is we want to recruit and retain a diverse and high quality staff. And then we want to support that staff by providing professional learning and building leadership capacity. That is what we want to do. And then we move to the enhance organization integrity by mitigate legal risks through supervisor training on workplace investigations. Now, in saying that, I also think, when we look at this, it's supervisor training of the supervisors as well. That we need to look not only of sometimes when I worry that could be read as that we're only looking at the progressive discipline of those who are classified or certificated staff, but we need to hold all of our staff, and that includes those who are administrators, to a high standard, and they are also need to be maybe subject to progressive discipline. And so, and that those who need to look at those issues as well. And so that organizational integrity needs to apply to those as well. If I'm trying to be very careful in the words that I say. But I would like to change the order of those, if that, does that make sense as to why?
Yep, we took that note. Thank you very much. Jody? Okay. Bonnie?
No, I'm good.
Kathy's good? Jim?
On pillar 3, focus 1, item 2, implement a valid and reliable position control system aligned with district staffing formulas. This is a hot topic for this board, a hot issue. I would describe what we've done in the past as incoherent. So describe to me how this is superior to what we've been doing in the past.
I would say, I don't, the fact that we're going to have a public facing document that is going to show every position that has been authorized and built into the budget, identifying the general funding sources, those clearly calling out those positions that are being funded from a one-time funding source as well as an ongoing funding source, breaking it down by school, by department, by classification, not by employee name, but being able to articulate how many of a position we have at any individual site and being able to say, this is what we have, and then being able to, within regular intervals, be able to talk about what those changes are from one to the next. I have been doing this a long time. I have never seen a school district do it to this level, to this degree, and attaching it to their budget books. This is going to be a forward-facing document, something that we're going to be able to rely on as we move forward and help us in our evaluation process and also in our staffing allocations and everything going side by side with it.
Thank you. And thank you, Mark. Michelle?
I actually didn't have any comments, but when Vicky explained, reordering some of those bullets, I would agree with that. That makes sense to me. That's the only thing. Otherwise, great work.
Thank you. Back to Andy.
Yeah, I think the KPIs that you're coming up with have fantastic opportunity to them. They also have fantastic risk associated with them. There are so many cases where KPIs have been implemented, both public and privately, where they, for instance, one of the big issues is they look at efficiency over effectiveness. You see situations where the intangibles get neglected, so they don't look at the qualitative metrics. They ignore things like morale and long-term sustainability. And often, well, the biggest one, we had a study a little while back where we hired CSBA, I think it was, but some services to look at what our metrics should be for cost for special education. And they compared us to several districts, but they didn't bother to check to see if any of the districts did a good job with special education. So they could be doing a horrible job, paying people very little money and coming back saying, well, you're overpriced because look, this district is so much cheaper than you, even though they weren't doing a good job. And so I think it's extremely, the potential is huge. I've used KPIs before, but the risk is there too. And you're smiling. The biggest risk is that since it's CASBO, they're going to be focused on efficiency because it tends to be their world. So anyway, my 2 cents worth.
I couldn't agree with you more. And when speaking about this with my team, the risk came out, the fear came out, the unknown came out. We need to also think about, as you do this, the education of what a KPI is and what a KPI isn't, and what is it measuring and what it's not measuring, and what is it, so helping people through that process. We also talked about there's some level of economies of scale, costs in the Bay Area. And if you're evaluating yourself towards other districts and you're comparing yourself to somewhere in the Valley, how does that get evaluated into that as well? And so that's why this is written in such a way that where appropriate, we implement these things. So that way it provides us some ability to look at these individual things and say, is this the right measure for us to implement in our district? But having a seat at the table, being a part of that analysis and that work on the front end will allow us to be better positioned to be able to determine how do we do that locally in our own individual area.
Great. Thank you very much. Good questions. Can we move on to pillar 4? Dr. Wright and
All right.
Mr. Rico.
So Mr. Rico and I have pillar 4, which is system support and accountability. Really important to this North Star process because it reinforces strong internal and external processes and systems. And it really sets the foundation for us to move forward together efficiently with our educational partners. Also, when I think about this pillar, it really aligns well with the 5 C's of trust that we talk about in our district, which are competence, consistency, concern, candor, and connection. And Mr. Rico is going to start with the focus area 1.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. So part of focus area 1, transparent systems and two-way communication, as Dr. Wright shared, really is about strengthening and expanding our communication engagement across our district, primarily as a strategy to build and maintain trust with all of our educational partners. And we use that term educational partners to name our students, our staff, our families, and our entire community. So we'll use that word kind of throughout how we talk about communication engagement as well as our documents. One of our first process measures is going to be relaunching our annual communication and perception survey. So that's one thing that will be different than what we've been doing. We were doing that pre-COVID, and understandably that was priority work that we had to set to the side to focus on communicating with our publics around that crisis. But we want to lift that back up, use that to establish baseline information that will give us consistent annual pulse on how our community experiences communication and engagement with our district and help us better understand the perceptions that people hold. We will use the baseline to set growth targets for each of our educational partner groups and use that data each year as we drive continuous improvement within this work too. Continuous improvement isn't only something that we do with our academics and in our other pillars, but we also do that throughout all of the pillars for the North Star. Some other of the process measures that we are looking at include conducting audits of our critical communication tools, which we do every few years. We'll continue that work to ensure that they are working well for our community, identify areas where we need to improve, and aligning them with where we want to go as a district and where we see ourselves in 5 years. And for example, we're going to examine the question of quality over quantity when it comes to communications. I'm sure you've received the same feedback we have about the volume of communication across our systems and requests that we have from our communities to help them identify what is critical information and what is nice to know information. So a few years ago, our priority around this would have been just getting aligned systems. We had several different platforms and no way to really have an engagement type of platform. And now we've done that so well that there's an inundation of information. And so our priority shifts with that. And so that's what's different. We also, as Alyssa shared in Pillar 2, as an equity measure, we'll be exploring differentiated strategies to engage hard to reach families, including those of multilingual learners. So we'll be partnering with our teams and student services on that work. And we'll be doing a refresh of our district communication resources and trainings for our staff so that we have more coherence and alignment across our district and our schools. On the engagement side, there's something that, I'm very passionate about, and Trustee Fairchild had shared some feedback on in Pillar 2. We want to go deeper into student voice in the district. And so you'll see our teams have made a lot of progress over the recent years, engaging students in district decisions, and we want to build on that momentum and go deeper. It's a meaningful part of what's informing our next step are some of the student focus groups that our Student Senate has been leading over the last couple of years to ensure student engagement and voice in some of our district decisions and in committees. as well as the ALAS research project. That was our project advancing Latino academic achievement. It was an important piece of early work in our district that brought us together to lift voices of students that aren't typically engaged with us, specifically around our Latino and Latina students, to understand their experiences, and included students down to our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools. We want to do more of that, and to better understand how we can be more effective and support them and engage them in their learning environments. So that created a lot of open doors for us and aha moments across our system. We want to do that more intentionally, and engaging non-leadership students. So that's some work we've already started, as you've seen in some of the pillars, working with our Senate. That's work that we had already planned to do, and we're excited to include that as part of this next 5-year strategy. So as a process measure, we're going to be working with Student Senate and across all of our schools and divisions to examine and strengthen our student communication and engagement structures. That's something we really haven't focused on intentionally, around having specific strategic planning around that. And so we're excited to do that work. And you also see that reflected in this North Star with a proposed new core value of student voice and empowerment. And that's something, as I was sharing with the Student Senate and the Superintendent Student Council, that was going to be in this document. Students are really excited to see their voices and their interests kind of rising up in priority here. Another outcome measure for us will be how we are tracking students, families, and staff and their responses to our survey questions about engagement, communication, and perceptions of the district, and whether those are improving over time, so that we can use those as a kind of a part of our continuous improvement to meet our goals. And then for the second bullet, we're prioritizing our data systems to inform decision-making and continuous improvement. This board's been really clear that you want to see our data move, and we do too. And this pillar ensures that we're working in a coherent system, that we're looking at the same data together, that we're holding ourselves accountable to it. And Dr. Wright is going to go into a little bit more detail with the other 2 priorities around some of the processes and outcome measures that we're looking at that we're considering as we move this work forward. Back over to you.
Right. So I have focus area 2, which is data literacy and continuous improvement. As I think about this focus area, it just reminds me of a district level PLC that we could model this work that we expect our sites to do in their grade level teams. And I think we need to start by really building capacity. This year, I heard a lot of conversation about where's the data. We need to look at data and how we holding ourselves accountable for that data. But we need to start with our management and our administrators and building capacity so that we understand and we all have the same understanding of data and how we're going to utilize it to move our goals forward, and also the accountability measures in which we're going to measure our success. In terms of our progress measures, we have utilizing our existing leadership meetings that we have. I mean, we have executive cabinet, we have GAM, we have DLT, we have SLTs. I mean, we have a variety of meetings in which we have an opportunity for us to calibrate our work in those systems so that our leaders then feel confident and comfortable leading that work in their particular department or sites. Some outcome measures we are considering for that focus area, is surveys, district administrator and site administrator feedback, just based upon how comfortable are they leading their work, and also just some observations from our DLT, SLT meetings and our work with our administrators that they are implementing this work. Focus area 3 is the accountability and reporting. And just making sure that we're ensuring transparency and reporting our work regularly to our educational partners. And again, this aligns very closely with building trust in our external and internal partners. In terms of progress measures for accountability and reporting, we had talked about establishing a public North Star dashboard that would be public facing, that our educational partners can look at our progress as we're moving along in our progressions. Our board meetings, everything should be aligned. As we come on our board agendas, we should be able to establish what pillar is aligned with that board agenda topic, and it should be very clear and aligned to our work. making sure that my evaluation goals, our department goals, executive cabinet goals, everything is aligned to these pillars. Our SIPSA goals, our LCAP goals as well. We talked about reporting this out quarterly, particularly at board meetings. I think a more thoughtful response would be to take a look at our assessment calendar and making sure that we know when we're going to be able to produce that data. So we'll know if we'll do it quarterly or if it makes more sense for us to do it maybe twice a year or 3 times a year. I will say that in the springtime, probably about April or May, that would be the final report out to have a board study session, have a final report out so that we can give you an update on how we did with all of our metrics. And that will help us set the tone and set our priorities for the following year. And I think that should be an annual practice that we do. And again, how do we rate this? Again, just surveys with our community. Do they feel that how our communication, do they agree to strongly agree with our districts that we're meeting the expectation of the North Star process?
Thank you. We are mindful of our time. Questions on this pillar? Andy?
So the only real concern I have was the very last part that you talked about was frequency. So one of my concerns overall in the plan, one of the things we've talked about for a year is the sense of urgency, okay? The other piece of this is, from my background, I look at things like TQM and quality circles, et cetera. And one of the key to that is continuous, frequent feedback. So you didn't say a particular frequency. You suggested several, including biannual. I would like to see that more frequent. I would like to be able to see that progress is being made. You know, one of the things that my concern has been, all of this improvement's good. We have kids in the system today that need to be moved forward. We don't want to wait a year or 2 years before we suddenly start taking care of our kids. And I know that isn't the intention, but that's why I said I think there's a sense of urgency. We need these kids to be taken care of now. I want to be able to see genuine progress towards that event. And I want us, if we're going the wrong pathway, I want us to be able to see us to correct the ship and get us back on a pathway where we are starting to see continuous improvement. So if after 2 months we don't see much, or the 3rd month we're starting to see it in some areas but not others, then we need to take a look at that and make an assessment about what to do. And I would want to be able to, personally, as one board member, I'd like to be able to see that progress go on.
Let me clarify, and I think you will see that the way that we have this plan. We will have a public facing dashboard that will be updated continuously. When I referenced the quarterly reports, I was referring specifically to board meetings. I don't know that we would do it quarterly. I would want to look at the assessment calendar to make sure that we have the data that is necessary to come forward to do a formal presentation. But in terms of updates on our progress, that would be regularly.
Okay, so the little piece I don't understand, if the assessment calendar is there, you may not be able to make an assessment because the calendar hasn't been updated yet. I'm not sure how you're going to have the continuous improvement that's showing out. So if we're continuously looking and updating the public facing information, then there would be no issue with whatever frequency you wanted to report to the board. Now, it might be more a matter of practical basis. Look, the board doesn't really need to see it every 4. We can look at the continuous piece that's going on. But in there, it looks like you have a quantized or a granular, it's in chunks. And so I want to make sure the chunks are small. Anyway, I ran out of time, so.
Thank you. Vicky?
Thank you. I just want to respond to what Trustee Ratterman was saying. One of the things I think we need to be aware of is we are talking about human variables here and the testing of little human people, and something I think we don't want to do too much of. And that a lot of times when we implement these changes, we will not be able to see the the growth right away. And sometimes we will, but I worry about testing too frequently. I know that recently there has been extensive discussions in the lit group just on the testing calendar for and fitting it in if you would like to participate, just fitting it in between report cards and various other schedules and holidays and all these various things going on, just to fit in all the various testing requirements between the reading and trying to fit in when you would do a writing and this and that and all these other things and the grade levels and what grade levels we're doing. And so I think sometimes it's really easy as a board to say, well, we want it more frequently. But we need to just trust the process that is happening. And also to remember, we are talking about little humans for the most part, and to allow it to happen and know that it is going to happen. And I really do trust that we are going to have that accountability.
Yeah, that, and I just want to point out also, Pillar 4 covers everything. So it's not necessarily just the academic assessment of our students, but it's the monitoring and reporting out of everything that we're doing in terms of this North Star process. So I just wanted to just point that out. So Pillar 4 covers all of that. But we do have to figure out the frequency in which we will report that. I'm just not sure if it's going to be quarterly or what when it will be.
Thank you. Jody.
So my clarifying question, Mr. Rico, when you talk about comments about the volume of communication, and I'm just hoping that you are looking at not just the district wide that comes out of the district office communication, but also what individual sites are doing and what individual classrooms are doing, so that the parents can prioritize what they need to read and find the information that they want to get from all these different levels within the district.
That's a great point, and that is something that we're definitely looking at. Not just district level as you're sharing, but at all levels of the organization, having feedback from families about how they're experiencing communication at district, department, school site, classroom level, how they want to be communicated with, what they want to be communicated about with the different avenues. So we understand and we can differentiate communications a little bit more, so we can try to, as we've been doing with this process, kind of create this funnel that we are a little bit more aligned in how we communicate and don't have as many redundancies. We sometimes see communications go out from the district and then they go out from the school site and the classroom. And if parents really want something that we're sending out from the district, but they prefer to receive that from their teachers, we don't need to have it going out 20 times and then adding to the volume. So we will be looking at best practices. And then that's part of the work that we had shared about one of our process outcomes will be updating our materials and our trainings for our staff so that we can have more coherence across the system. That was one of the things that we were considering as part of that work.
Great, because I think the worst thing would be for you to be doing all this work and for families to be so overwhelmed, they don't look at it or they just turn it off from their email systems. I appreciate that work.
Thank you. Any other feedback on Pillar 4? Bonnie?
Thanks, Mr. Rico. I know this is probably an impossible ask, but I'm going to ask anyway. I know we put out our communications in Spanish, but we also have a pretty large, and I know that there are dialects within, but we have a very large Southeast Asian population as well as Asian populations and et cetera. Have we thought of ways we can help bridge that gap with those families that English is their second language, but their primary language is not Spanish, to try to make sure that they are receiving district communications or are able to access the information in a way that is clear to them.
Yes, thank you. That's important work. The work that we'll be looking to do in partnership with Student Services as part of reaching hard to reach families or disengaged families. It includes students, families from that are multilingual. Learners, I think one of the main strategies that we did during COVID was to move to a communication platform that translates into many multiples of languages. And so as long as our staff across the system are using that platform in a way where the content's gone directly into the platform, that does translate for families in their home language. And that was fantastic that we did that. That was not a strength of our prior platform. It was English only and Spanish if we translated. And so we were not able to do that. We want to go deeper and better understand. And Dr. Wright and I and Mr. Gonzalez had met with some families from our Spanish-speaking community in the fall as part of the 100-day process and talked to them about some of the different ways that they would like to be engaged. Not just in written communications, but also when we're trying to do our typical engagement work. Those aren't necessarily comfortable spaces. And so we do want to go deeper. I think what we need to do in part of the process will be auditing our communications around things like that. So bringing in more families to have these conversations with them, to understand from them the challenges that they have with our current structures and systems and what their preferences are and their ideas to improve that for them so that we have a more informed strategy, and then taking that learning across the system to then develop resources and training for our staff so that we can do that more intentionally across the district.
That's great. Thank you. And then I wanted to also circle back to something Trustee Fairchild said in response to Trustee Rotterman. I mean, I think that I think I speak for the whole board when I say we're all anxious to see improvements in student performance. But I think that we need to be mindful that that's not going to happen tomorrow. And that as a parent of a child that is spending this week in CASP testing, I do not want to see increased testing so that this board can get more data. I have no interest in that. They need to be learning, not taking assessment tests to give us data. So I think we need to be patient as a board. I think we need to give this new structure and plan a chance to work and temper our expectations for a little bit of time here. And understand that they are kids and we can't constantly be testing them. And I think we test them plenty. In fact, I think we test them too much in some respects, especially in the littles. So I think that, and we also need to be mindful that getting data is dependent on the assessment calendar, and that assessment calendar is very deliberately created and thought out. And if that means we get data 3 times a year, that's fine, because you're not going to see a seismic shift the more you test. It's not going to give you, it's quality, not quantity, in my opinion. So, and as with kids in the district, I have no interest in increased testing. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else? Andy?
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Kathy.
Just a couple of comments. From hearing there were 2 presentations about Pillar 3 and Pillar 4, I think it's great that there will be 2 public-facing documents as a result, and that, the public will have access to and be able to get some information from, see what the district is going through. But what I like about Pillar 4 is the accountability that it will hold the district to make sure that we are communicating in a way that our families feel like they know what's going on. I hear the concern or the ask about more reports. And that, my concern with that, I mean, I understand, but my concern with that is just we just went through a right sizing process. And so that means there's less people, which means there's less availability to take on some of these asks. And so I would just be mindful of those asks to make sure that it is an overwhelming staff and that we are prioritizing what is important before we make these asks and make sure that we're getting the right information. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you. Andy. Okay, Jim. I don't know. He kept looking over at Andy, so.
In terms of communication, and really kudos to Jennifer, because I don't think we've ever done it better than we're doing it now. I think that the issue is no matter how good we are at it, getting people to engage in it is a difficult part. You can put fantastic information be forward facing, but not everybody engages, unfortunately. But in terms of what we're doing on our side of the equation and getting the information in front of the public that we serve, and I've been here a while, I've never seen it done better than it's being done right now. So it's just a matter of just getting people to engage.
Michelle?
Just since there has been some comments about testing and reporting, I think we are going to need some additional testing. Like, I don't want to test just because it's the board, but we've talked about how we need common assessments, and that would be something new. It might replace things that teachers are doing now, but this is work that has to be done. We have to be able to monitor, like as Ms. Meltzer said on one of the earlier pillars about, the CAST beta comes once a year. That's not frequently enough to respond to instruction and to get a sense of how we're going. We don't want to wait only do that once a year. So there may actually have to be some additional aligned testing. And, we have the staff that we had, we have fewer students and more staff than we had 2 years ago. So as we right size to get to that, I think that work can be done still.
Andy.
I turned my mic on. Very proud of myself. So when it comes to testing, I wasn't necessarily advocating more testing, but the normal teaching process itself already tests on a consistent, regular basis. The teacher gives some material, they test to see how well they do some adjustments, they give more material, they test again. So part of what we can do is capture some of that existing work that's going on. And there's multiple ways to do it. I'm not going to make suggestions of the how. But that then gives you a more continuous assessment of what's happening within the classrooms. And if we can successfully capture some of that, then the frequency with which we get data back and it may be that there's situations going on where we identify and we say, okay, we put a huge barrier up. These teachers we're hurting their ability to teach. Let's remove that barrier. There's a resource they're missing. Let's get them the resource and not wait 6 months or a year before we get it done. We have had some phenomenal plans that have come forward over the years, and we are constantly sitting here waiting, continuing to plan and waiting for the results and hoping it goes good. And then we decide, well, we took too long. So we come up with a new plan, and this goes over and over and over again. So I may be a little bit too much of a zealot on this because I want to see progress. I want to see it fast. I don't want to see those kids that are in the system now languish because we took too long to get to them. Now, there are limits to what we can do. I get that. And there's financial constraints. There is human constraints. The little humans, as Vicki Fairchild accurately said, there's only so far you can push those kids. And I don't necessarily want to see us do a lot of high stakes testing, but I do think that there are systems we can put in place that will get us some of the data that we need to have. And it may not be as comprehensive as at intervals when we do the big tests, but we can have some progress reports in the interim. Thanks.
Thank you. Vicki.
I don't want trustee Ratterman to misinterpret the board's, and I don't want to speak for the board, but I think I understand what the rest of the board has been saying. Our comments to mean that we don't want progress. I think everyone on the board wants progress. I think everyone on the board wants progress quickly. I think what we are saying is what you like to say, is we don't want to tell the district or staff how to measure the how of how to do it, because they have told us they are still determining those metrics, right? And they will come back to us with those metrics. And so we want to give them that freedom to do that, because that is their job, is the how. Thanks.
Michelle?
And just to kind of add on that, as someone who I might be the only board member who's been a classroom teacher, yes, teachers are doing assessments all the time, but to be able to use the data to compare, you have to be able to do a common assessment, which does require, like, it doesn't, I don't want the data from one teacher's classroom that doesn't help us to see how all the students are doing. So it does require some coordination and planning to be able to do an assessment that will be useful at a district or school or district level. It can't just be what the teacher's already doing, because that's not aligned or common. We won't get comparative data from that. So just wanted to add that in. And yes, I would agree with Trustee Fairchild's comment. We all want progress. We all want student achievement to improve. We all want it to have happened yesterday. But we know it will take some time to get those metrics together.
In terms
Thank
of
you.
timeline for putting those metrics together, as I mentioned, we're going to spend the next couple of weeks to finalize them and share it with the board in the Friday update. That'd give us about a week to give some comments and some feedback before we bring it for the first board meeting in June.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the robust discussion. And we're going to move on. Dr. Wright is carrying the core values.
Okay, so obviously we have our we have our vision, mission, and core values, which supports our North Star. Our 4 pillars are going to support our mission, vision, and core values. Our vision is to commit to academic excellence, making sure all of our students are succeeding in a diverse community. I do want to point out the word technological there. That's something that's come up. It came up in a meeting last night. We sent out the survey this morning. We've already had, last time I checked, over 20 responses, and that came up. It said it just feels like it's out of place. I know that technology, we had the conversation about the importance of technology, but where does it land? But I do want to just point that out, that that's come up from a lot of our educational partners, that it just seems misplaced right there in that vision statement. If moving on to our mission statement is just in providing an engaging, equitable education where every student reaches their full potential. You know, it's regardless if they're going to a 4-year college, community college, into the workforce. We want to support them with their future goals. And that's the mission of Santa Clara Unified School District. And our core values, I still remember the discussion that we had back in February on the 13th, when we talked about our core values with students first, and we said that it really should be embedded. As I look at our vision, mission, and our core values, this is how we put students first. And the 5 core values that are outlined: excellence and continuous improvement. I think we talked about that quite a bit tonight in terms of reviewing data and using that data to inform our decisions. Equity and social justice, something that we've talked about quite a bit this year. Student voice and empowerment is something that really came loud and clear, not only through the listening and learning campaigns, but just meeting with students. They're very excited to share their voice and be a part of our decision-making process. Communication, empathy, and respect, and also continuing our practice of collaboration. And we feel that those 5 core values will support us in obtaining our North Star.
Great overview. Thank you. Questions? Vicki?
I'm amazed you got it on one page.
The font had to keep getting smaller and smaller.
But I
When we print it, we'll do it 11 by 17.
Yeah, so sorry, let me go back to the, I've lost the presentation. I guess I can look, oh, no, sorry. Can you stop the clock a second? I need to. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I think I also share that unease with the word technological community. I think I want them to succeed in the community as a whole of all types. Some of it might be technological, but a diverse community, I think, and technology might be one piece of that, but I find it a little awkward there. And then the other part was under student voice and empowerment. I'm happy to see that as a core value. And I know I remember when we had the conversation back in March, kind of with the draft that you had, I was like, I don't want to talk about student voice and empowerment and make the statement behind it weak. And to me, when it says we listen to student voices, that's a little weak. I know I sent a variety of different options for that. You didn't need to pick one of those, but I still find that, if we're going to empower students and empower student voice, just saying that we listen to it. And even the second part of it, we guide our decisions by what best supports learning and academic growth. That even doesn't even suggest that our decisions are guided by what the students have told us. So for me, that the statement underneath that, I would love to reflect more of empowering student voice and what that really means. So those are my two pieces of feedback.
Thank you. Others? Bonnie?
Yeah, the technological, I noticed that too. I don't like that. Mostly because it suggests that we're preparing students to succeed almost only if they're going into a technological field. And as Ms. Meltzer had pointed out earlier, we don't care what their field that they ultimately decide to go into. We want them to succeed. And technology may be peripherally involved in their chosen path, but it may not be the focus. And so I think that is unnecessarily a limiting qualifier on this. And so I would like to see that changed to be more reflective of just our community in general. But otherwise, that's my only comment.
Anyone else? Thoughts? Okay.
So real
Andy?
fast, I agree with no technology. Can we just see a quick show of hands of the board members that believe we should take the word technology out of there? Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you.
Valerie,
Yes.
if I could now, I think the presentation is
Yes.
that the end of the presentation?
Yes.
So I'm going to go out for public comment now because I have 2 slips. And I don't know if there's anyone in the Zoom, but we'll get to that next. I've already read the civility policy, so I won't reread it. The slips I have right now are from Margie Wysocki and Anne Marie Sierra.
Technology should definitely be out of that. Just saying. All right. For months, I've used every available avenue, committees, surveys, and letters to voice one concern. The strategic plan is built on a foundation that will no longer exist after budget cuts. You are asking for MTSS consistency and curriculum fidelity in Pillar 1, yet you are cutting the very TOSAs and coaches who make that work possible. The implementation of UFly district-wide was only successful because of the consistent coaching cycles and professional development led by site-specific coaches. Elementary schools do not have the department chair structure that exists at secondary schools. We have coaches, or rather we had them. It is unrealistic to expect principals to absorb this workload Between handling the basic day-to-day running of a school, safety, behavior, and IEPs, they cannot be the instructional leads that this plan requires. Without a 1.0 coach at every elementary site, our teachers will lose their collaborative support and our progress will be dismantled. Vertical and horizontal alignment will be impossible. At 22 days left in the school year, where I sit with you at 9:15 at night, I am asking that the board finally listen to the staff, reinvest in our coaching positions so that the North Star remains a guide rather than an asteroid of destruction.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Cinco de Mayo. While the draft of the North Star outlines the district's vision, the what, it does not address the operational how. Two overarching wonderings stood out to me. The language, number one, the language. I wonder whether the high-level edu-speak may alienate our families and general public who are unfamiliar with our specific educational systems. Do we need to aim for more inclusive, plain language descriptions in this document? The metrics. Teachers are concerned that without measurable goals or a baseline status quo, the North Star document remains very abstract. We seek clear indicators to help us determine our progress and then recognize when we have succeeded. This year has been a relentless, exhausting battle, and now with a mere 22 days left to look our students in the eye and support their academic needs, your staff is reaching a breaking point. The district has carved $30 million out of the heart of our schools, leaving teachers to walk out these doors for the summer in a state of absolute gut-wrenching uncertainty. We are being cast into the dark without a map, without a plan, without hope for how our students will be caught when they fall, because we know our most vulnerable students will fall. What we have is a 30,000-foot draft North Star. What your staff needs is a plan. In fact, we needed it yesterday, so we know how to support our students when we return in 23 days with a new batch of students. The shockwaves of your decisions are tearing through our every hallway and every classroom in Santa Clara Unified. Our frontline workers, our teachers, our intervention specialists, nurses, psychologists, special education providers, counselors serve as a safety net for our students. Every structural safeguard we've built to support our children is fracturing under the weight of the decisions that you've made. The tension between wanting a comprehensive, detailed plan, I'd like 30 more seconds too. At the very same time that we have just 22 school days left is causing great stress and anxiety for our staff. We have said it to you so often, here you are no longer hearing us. We know the numbers. We know the reality of overstaffing and declining enrollment. We aren't blind to the need for change, but this harrowing, keep you up at night knowledge haunts us. It's not the administration, nor the plethora of spreadsheets, nor our teachers who will ultimately suffer the consequences. It will be our students. And we are broken and angry knowing that fact.
Those are the only two slips I have. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close public comment in the room. Is there anyone in the Zoom?
For members of the public attending our meeting through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands are raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, like the one we have in the room, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. And when your name is called, the Zoom platform will prompt you to unmute your microphone. Our first speaker is Jen Peak.
Good afternoon, board. I know a lot of work went into this document. I sit here as a teacher frustrated. Every superintendent comes in with ideals, which are always amazing. And we go through the same thing time and time again. Mission 2035. I just looked it up. It tells you how many people participated, how many hours were spent on it, the amazing work that was going to come out of it. I'm frustrated. We talk about shaping the district, but we're doing the same thing again and again, which is the definition of insanity because we're asking for different results. If we want real change, if you want change that is going to change the lives of our students, We need to try something different. We need to try a bottom up, not top down approach. I encourage you, reach out to teachers. We know how to do more with less. COVID has taught us that. We did not get much direction nor a plan during COVID, and yet we worked our tails off and found ways to be innovative. I'm asking you to do that again. Staff voices are not being heard. Holding town halls after contract hours does not ensure equity. It ensures people that don't have kids that have to go to soccer games, etc., can participate. If we want to actually have change, we need to be doing this at a time when teachers can participate. Wednesdays after school, when we get out early, for example. Execs could be coming to schools on Wednesday afternoons and meeting with teachers in a real face-to-face situation. I still have not seen people from the district office or the board come and spend a day in the life of an elementary school teacher. I encourage you, coming through my classroom for 10 minutes and looking at how pretty it is not going to give you an idea of what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. If we want change, please come see it, see what the students need, and don't just look at them as numbers. We want to help, but we have to be included.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Stacy Allen.
Good evening. I was just in the room, but had to head out for all the reasons so many of us have to take care of things at home. While I was listening tonight, I just couldn't help but think, how am I supposed to even put my mind around this kind of 4 pillars in a plan when I don't know where I'll be next year for sure. Some of us are going to find out days before we leave campus. Who am I going to work with? Where am I going to be working? I'm still not sure what subject I'm teaching next year. I don't know how I'm supposed to prepare to consider implementation of new curriculum or assessments that are common assessments. I'm not even sure those are necessarily the right direction, but even if they were, this is a huge, huge leap from where we are currently with any sort of certainty about where we're heading. And then I also want to just add a comment for people listening or who didn't attend the listening sessions or the many events that were held. I happened to attend the online listening session where the first draft was presented, and it was a disaster of an experience. I know some of my colleagues left early on when it appeared it was not going to be constructive, and I kind of stayed to the bitter end in hopes that somehow something would have come out of it. And I just can't imagine how that Zoom with 100 people, however many ended up on it by the end, ultimately resulted in any valuable conversation or comment, because I don't think anyone was heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Tammy Schultz.
Hi, my name is Tammy Schultz. I'm a first grade teacher at Central Park. And listening to this special board meeting, I had a couple of concerns. The first one is I heard a lot about what teachers will do in this program, teacher clarity, PD, fidelity, supporting colleagues, those kinds of things. I'm also on the math pilot. And when I asked what kind of systems will be put in place to support teachers beyond just saying, here's our curriculum, this is what it looks like, I was given a very honest answer, and that is nothing. There is no supports beyond that. And so, Andy, I liked your question when you were saying, like, what's getting in the way of teachers being able to do their jobs well? And that is one of the big things that's getting in the way. A lot of things are being thrown at teachers. They're expected to try to figure out how to put all those on their plates, and then no additional supports. It's kind of like we walk away. And so that's kind of where this disconnect is coming through. On top of that, when we ask for assessments, for instance, currently as a first grade teacher, I need to give an iReady assessment. No one ever looks at iReady and says, are these actually the kind of questions they're going to get to the heart of what students know and can do? Because I can tell you they're not. In order to do well on it, we need to put our kids more and more and more on computers. And so for me, that's not a valid assessment. I'm also giving my students DIBELS, which is a screener, 3 times a year. Makes no sense. DIBELS gives me absolutely zero information that I can use, but it does take 8 UFI lessons to implement that assessment. And then when I'm done, I need to do the actual assessments that are going to guide my students forward and give me some good information. So please, let's look through these things to see what we can change in the future to do better.
Thank you for your comment. President Lieberman, that was the last one. We have one more. This one. Okay. Krista Woodward.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. My name's Krista Woodward. I've been attending as many meetings as I can after hours. I do appreciate what Jen Peak said about offering times that are more accessible for public comment and for engaging with your school community. I actually wanted to bring that part up. I do appreciate that the district is reaching out for feedback on the pillars, as well as other things that have been coming up, like the controversial issues topic that came up last week, or that the meeting was about last week. But what I'd like to add is that I'm wondering if you could go into departments with department chairs at school sites at secondary, and possibly even go into staff meetings or see if you could push into grade level teams so that you can get more feedback from your staff. I think that a lot of your teachers would actually have a lot to say, and it could be consolidated more easily than we think to get a lot of excellent feedback to help with the details that are in all of these 4 pillars. We mentioned that one page is solid with tons of information, but the how is still up in the air, it seems. And I think that you have a lot of people in the district who have a lot of smart ideas and who've been doing things for a very long time in a really, in a way that could be modeled for others. And I just hope that you tap into your staff and work on those details and get that information from them so that you can implement it with the details that are coming from these pillars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That is the last comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rico. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Wright.
All right. I just want to take a moment to thank our consultants for their work on this. They put in more hours than I could have imagined when we started this process. And sometimes it just goes back to that phrase, trust the process. When we're back here at February 13th, said, okay, we have a long way to go and get to the point where we are now, where we have a document that's not finalized, but certainly we made significant progress over the past few months. And we will finalize that document. We have been working on the metrics, and we will finalize that metrics so we can share it with our governing board within the next couple of weeks. But I do want to thank them for all of their hard work because they exceeded expectations in what they provided for us. So thank you.
Thank you all. It's been our pleasure. We've learned a lot, and the work has been it's been very enjoyable for us, very intellectually stimulating, and especially seeing the discussion tonight and the work of the team here and all of you as trustees. And Dr. Wright, thank you.
Vicki?
One of the speakers made, I felt like, an excellent suggestion about talking to some of the groups, some of the grade level groups, some of the groups as far as the grade level teams, or departments about some of the metrics that we might want to consider. And I think that's probably especially pertinent when you go into the secondary levels, because we might not have common assessments yet for some of those, about some ways we can, some metrics we might be able to use. So I just wanted to support that statement, especially because this is a very fast turnaround as to some metrics that might be more accessible or already available if they're being used by a department. So just wanted to support that comment.
Okay. Thank you all so very much. And I guess we won't see you. Will we see them again in June?
You
I
may see,
guess that would be up to them.
you
They're
may see one
welcome.
of us virtually.
Okay. 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 All right. Thank you. Okay. We will move to action items, human resources. C1, resolution number 2637 regarding non-reemployment of classified management employees.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does it have to be a roll call?
Oh, it's a resolution. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm not awake anymore. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Engagement letter with Van der Meiden Marcus for investigative services.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? That passes 7-0. Okay, I will ask now for public comment on closed session agenda items. There are none in the room. Any in the Zoom? Okay. The board will go into closed session. In closed session, the board will discuss the following: D1, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. D2, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency representatives Damon Wright, Superintendent Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent Chief Business Official. Employee organizations UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. It is 9:30. I anticipate this will take longer than an hour. So could I please get a motion to extend the meeting?
Motion to extend the meeting to 11? Is that enough?
Sure. Why don't we do 11:30?
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 amended?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. The board will, you can take a few minutes to do it. Oh, okay, the board's returned from closed session. In closed session, the board considered the following. Item D1, the board received information and gave direction. Item D2, the board received information and gave direction. Can I get a motion to?
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?